Right, are we going? It says we're going. Ah. Bum bum. Let's copy this. Go over here. There we go. Alright. Well, we are back to working on the comic. 2 days in a row here. I'm just showing the entire process this time, it seems. Hopefully yesterday wasn't too with the fidgeting around I had to do to get everything going. It was a bit of a work in progress with that previous stream, but it's always nice to be able to... What is this doing? Be able to figure things out for later streams. I'll probably be using a setup similar to that for the physical streams going forward, I'd imagine. But we're just back to working on this page, which everyone saw yesterday in the real world, and now we are in the digital world for it. Digimon Digital Monsters. Digimon are the champions. Yep, we're just back here with Doko and the Claw. I already said everything about what they're saying yesterday on the page, so not much point in reiterating that, I don't think, but for those that weren't there, it's a page where it's just them heading to the arena for the final match, and Doko's asking if the Claw here is nervous, since the Claw asked him, and no, Claw's not nervous, he's happy that it's Doko that he's fighting. Turns out that Doko competing is the reason why he himself entered the tournament. Let's take this. Okay, that's still on that picture. Alright. Okay. Taking a sip of juice. Stream, stream, stream. This is what my life has become. Just an entity of the digital landscape, working on his projects for all to see. Oh, hello, Handgun. How goes the drawing? We're just continuing on where we, well, not where we left off, but, from yesterday. I obviously do a bit of editing beforehand on the Windows 7 computer, because the basic editing stuff is easier on that computer before I get to the blacks. The blacks are just the simple thing that I can show for stream. The other editing process parts would be too cumbersome in this version of GIMP. Or on the Windows 10 computer, I don't know which it is that causes the complications exactly. I should have brought some chips over here. Currently have a peanut butter banana sandwich to go with me. Well, that is a wide variety of subjects you're working on. The Hypnos, the Sheena Island tyrant in Resident Evil, always... its final form always seemed like Nemesis. I don't know if that's specifically what they based it on, but it feels like they did. Just got Doko and Claw here. I'd narrate what's going on. I already did, but I figure I don't need to for you, given your continued presence in yesterday's stream. You're pretty much up to speed. Yeah. I was listening to, one of the Red Ribbon Dragon Ball Dissection documentary parts earlier today. Been years since I'd seen that video. Great in-depth analysis series. Yeah. Follow Jack, let it boy. Yeah, the Red Ribbon Army is probably the first evil group faction that I was ever exposed to in fiction. Like, as a, like, world-threatening military-type force. I'm almost done getting all of the subtitled version of Beast Wars II. The final episode is causing a bit of problems with the download process, but I imagine once I go back to it later it'll work correctly. Sometimes you have to just give them a bit of time, and the next time you attempt it in like half an hour or something, it'll work properly. Gotta be patient with your collecting of things at times. They had 2 Beast Wars series over in Japan. Beast Wars II and the sequel series Beast Wars Neo. And obviously, Beast Wars II is working off of Beast Wars being the original show of that sub-franchise. They don't really connect, though. In the movie or special episode after it was over, I think Optimus Primal shows up, but that's like the only connection you really get between the shows. I would like to have time to sit down and play games again at some point. Everything always just seems so busy with me, though, with all the stuff I'm making. I might not get paid for what I do, but I know I do just as much work as most creators. Always making stuff. You live creation, you breathe creation, you eat creation, you die creation. And, that was a bit of a Resident Evil discussion last night in the Discord with Toen and TV The Punisher. They just went all out in that Resident Evil channel on the Discord. Lots of talk of Code Veronica and Zero and the betas in production and everything. But that was eventually bound to happen with a collection of GameFAQs people there. Yeah, the last thing that was posted was I put up a concept art of Tony Redgrave, who was like the guy that became the protagonist for Stylish, the first real beta of what would be 4. It was like showing him with his mutation he can do to fight with. Descendant of Spencer. I think everyone was pretty much off to bed by the point that I was finally able to dig that piece up, though. But it's there for if anyone goes back to the channel there. And they were talking about the founders of Umbrella, and I remembered there was another founding faction in some material, which I had to dig around a bit, but it's the Wicked North Sea, which is this story that was made back in '98 for Flagship forming. And it goes into, like, the Beardsleys, and how they apparently were, like, some of the people that helped with the founding of Umbrella and stuff. Whether it's canon or not at this point, it's a bit of a gray area, I think, but it is sort of supplemental material. Yeah, everything from Stylish just got turned into Devil May Cry. Tony became Dante, Paul became Virgil, and Spencer became Mundus. In retrospect, Devil May Cry was probably a pretty easy game to make, given that pretty much everything was set in place before it even started. Yeah. The only real difference is that Resident Evil is like biological stuff behind it, and Devil May Cry is supernatural. Yeah. Always bring food with you when you start a stream. That is what I have learned over the course of the last couple of months. Otherwise, you will be left starving and praying that you do not collapse afterwards. And even with preparations, that's still a factor sometimes. Yeah. I saw Shadow posting about the shutdown of Toontown, which I was more exposed to just it being the online game of it that Toon Disney would always advertise. But it's good that someone's gotten pictures of the physical stuff to preserve the memory. And I guess they'll have reference materials for later if they decide to rebuild it. The far future society where the aliens have welcomed us into intergalactic community. And they start rebuilding the important monuments of Earth. Leaning Tower of Pisa, the pyramids, Statue of Liberty, and then Toontown. The important stuff. And you'll see here in 2000 whatever AD, these humans built for them a society for cartoon characters. Just what the population was like, we do not have record of. But we do know it was an ambitious undertaking, given that these cartoon characters were rarely seen in real life. Now, if you will move on, we will proceed on to Nexus 5. I don't know if this music is even loud enough to properly hear on here. Let's get something else. Okay, that's loud enough. Gotta love a good old PS1 background track. Oh, I gotta check this. Series. Indeed. Next. Alright. There we go. Okay. Oh, they have something from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared on here. Okay. And now we're back to the page here. Had to step away for a second onto another website. Yeah, that was quite a stream yesterday. Was not expecting it to get to like the end of the battery life of that tablet. It does take a while to do though. Those pages, the actual making of them. Yeah, the yellow yellow guy never could catch a break in the "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" lessons. Everything in both seasons was just sort of geared to be against him. I'm not quite sure if the second season of "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" is really meant to be connected to the original season story-wise. It almost feels like a whole new show and stuff, but it has elements of the original show in it. Obviously uses the same characters and everything. I think Electracy is my favorite of the teachers in the second season. Has such an awesome song with like the metal guitar and everything at the end, or the electric guitar. Feel the electricity. Green is not a creative color. Whoa there, friend, you might need to slow down. Awkward, ominous pause as the oil drips. Yeah, Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared was like a creepypasta made into... that had like actual production value behind it and made into an actual series. And it's sort of evolved into this piece that feels like it has a meaning, but could just as easily be designed to feel like that and not have any real meaning. Obviously, in the first season, Roy was the villain. But I don't know if they really had much of a lore thought out behind the vague ideas of it. I do remember the one where it's like an advertisement for the show, and they're like trying to get money and threatening the lives of the puppets if they don't get it. Definitely a very creative group. And of course this final match is going to have the two fighters that have the most black on their outfits. Going to be such a fun production to do at this part. Just hours of filling in these shapes. Mr. Claw, why hasn't the comic ended yet? Well, you see, Doko, it's because the creator chose to make this a very hard task to do. This series is made on a digital tablet for the darkening process of our black colors for the designs. And it takes a while to do that and fill in at a 100 magnification on the screen. Why doesn't he just figure out how to do it easier? Well, that is because the creator is stupid, Doko. It is sadly a symptom that many people suffer from in the real world. But what matters is he has heart and determination. But Yeah, I remember Dr. Seuss once. He was, I think he was asked why he doesn't make books for adults. And, if I remember right, his reply was, adults are boring. And that adults are basically just grown-up kids that have become more boring, is all. I always found kind of funny when I heard that. I like to hear interviews with creators. These days, when I hear them, I try to save them. I have quite a few saved of Luke Pearson, and I need to get more of Gendy. There's an entire podcast that was done with various creators. I have all the episodes saved up to like 105, I think. They're still doing them, so it's an ongoing thing, but I had all of them saved at the time that I was saving them, which was probably a few months ago is the last time I checked in. That would have been the last time I updated it. I know actually, I have it over here. Let's see. Commentaries. Creative block. That's the segment. Where did I leave off at? Shin Park. Ian Jones Quarterly. I know I got through him. Jenny Goldberg. Megan Doug. Parker Simmons, Vivzy Pop. I got to her. I think that might... yeah, no, I got a bit beyond her, I think. Maybe it's one or two after her. I know they have Gendy on here somewhere. They're like hour-long interviews and stuff, I think. Yeah, I got up to, 104, maybe? I don't have the final ones sorted out, so it's a bit jumbled up at the end of it. Yeah, but they got all sorts of people. Chris Anka, Joe Sparrow. Which, once I saw that, I realized a joke that they were making constantly in Amphibia. Having a sparrow that they ride in it called Joe Sparrow. Nikki Lopez, Darren Nefke, that's one I kind of interested in seeing. Meat Canyon, oh, goody, they have him there. That's gonna be fun. Oh, Lauren Faust, she's on there. Yeah, I still got quite a bit to get through with that. But enough looking through the documentary there. Oh, there's a few on Hilda there. Why am I wasting my time doing this? I don't have time to waste. Technically, I have all the time in the world, but I don't wanna sit here like all day long. And yet I'm still looking through all this stuff. Just rambling on. Oh, there's some Rebecca Sugar interviews. There's some Darren Nefke interviews. Okay, I will get back to the drawing here. And I will change up the music. Yeah, so, here. Why did I even leave off to go look at all those interviews? It was 'cause I was thinking about creators. It's something that doesn't matter. I need to just focus on the work. You see, those are the types of things that happen where you get distracted, and then you just go into looking at that stuff. And then the stuff you should be working on just gets left on the sideline, and like the whole day goes by and you haven't done the thing you were wanting to do. It's those kind of things that you need to push out of the way when you're working. It's part of what helps with what streaming helps with, because when you're streaming, you have more of an incentive to keep doing what you have set out to do. You don't really have time to waste to just go in and look at things. Like, if some VTuber is streaming, they're not just going to get on like all their little files they have and go, oh, I remember this from years ago, I'm going to look at this while my audience is just sitting here expecting me to do something. And then there's breaks in the talking when I need to take a bite to eat of something. Yeah, this stream right now is a lot less painful physically than the one yesterday was. That one yesterday, for the first like half of it, maybe a little less than half, before I got the easel to set the sketchbook on, that was very irritating with how my body was that day, with crouching over the thing I had set up constantly. It worked fine for when I was doing the sketches the like day or so before that, but for like doing a comic page for 5 hours, that was not working. Once I got the easel out, it was a lot more pleasant. Yeah, we got some people that really got a lot of ideas in that Discord. All the stories everybody wants to tell. Characters they come up with, and the lore they make up. Yeah. I forget who the oldest person on the Discord is, but the TV seems to be one of the older ones. The first one I know of that has a kid on there. Only got one panel done. See here. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm almost out of the banana, the peanut butter thing I have. Which may mean I'll later have to maybe resort to getting up to go get some chips or something to munch on. But the peanut butter banana thing has helped to keep me satiated, keep my hunger from going out of control or anything here. I just realized I never drew a mouth on this guy, so we shall do that now. With all the drawing I was doing yesterday, I was kinda worried some things might get glossed over, some of the details of some of the characters. Overall, I think we did alright, though. And most things can be edited on the computer to make it look better once we get it to the point that I normally get it to when I scan things in. Yeah, at least with all this, there'll be an archive of what all I have worked on and show how to do the comics and stuff, how I do them. It should help some people, I guess, that try to make comics later in the future, just to get a perspective from someone that makes things. And I'm sure there's people a lot more qualified than me to show how to make this stuff, but yeah, this is showing how I've evolved in doing it over the years. How I started out was a lot more time-consuming than how it is now. I used to take this tool and go in real far and select every little space that needed to be black. And if I thought that it was too jaggedy, I would go in even further and then just do that for like the entire page. And it would take like, I could only get a page up a week sometimes doing it like that. It was so time consuming. Eventually, and that's after the old way that I used to scan it. Because when I scan these, there are areas that are like, the light reflects off of the scanner at parts, and makes like the colors, the brightness, contrast to some of it a bit wonky. So what I would do is I would scan a page, and then I would turn the page upside down and scan it upside down so that it would get the reflection right on the parts that it got it wrong on. Then I would go in, brighten, contrast all of it, flip the upside down ones right side up, lay it over the normal one, and erase out the parts on the over one that were too light and stuff, and eventually it'd get all of it the correct, like, degree of brightness contrast. And that took forever too. And eventually that was just like, why am I doing this? No one cares, like, to that degree. No one's going to know except me that it's not looking exactly like how it is when I scan it. So it's just, I just eventually stopped doing that. It was just ridiculous. And then once I got my tablet, there was no going back to the old selecting everything for hours to blacken it. That was I am so glad to not be doing that anymore. Did get very accurate coloring, but the trade-off of the toll that it takes on your body from being, like, hunched over, examining everything, and keeping your arm locked in place as you select things for that long, it is not worth it. Like, you are eventually just going to break your body after enough years of that, I think. Things are... you live and you learn. There isn't really a... I tried to figure out how other people make comics, and I'm still doing that. I'm always gonna be doing that to, like, find a better way to do things, or a more pleasant way to do things, but from what I've seen, everyone has their own way of doing it. People get advice from other people, but what it is they incorporate it into their own methods. Comic creators, I think, sort of just cobble together their own ways of doing it, because there's not really, like... there are guides, but that's just in the general term. As a creator, you sort of only can rely on yourself and what you think is right for the creation process. Yeah, that's just led me on my path to how I make my comics these days. There's probably quicker ways, and hopefully I will find those quicker ways, but this is a lot quicker than it used to go. Yeah, after I get done with this comic, I was planning to do the next review, which would be Nausicaa, but with how things are right now, I'm almost wanting to go directly into remaking the first comic, in case I don't have time to waste on other projects, like, financially. And then once I'm done remaking that comic, finally publish the remake of the first comic, and start publishing them from there. If I was a smart Edward, I would just publish comic 14 that I'm working on here first, and publish them as I go, but I want them, and like retroactively publish the earlier ones, but I want them to have some sort of order. I don't want it to just be, here's some random comic, and you don't get the rest of the story that came before it. You're just, oh, okay, there's this guy called Doko, and there's talk about a Han Print Island and the battle on Gorgok Mountain. But, what the hell is that stuff? Why should I care? I want them to actually have a way to see everything as it goes from the beginning. I guess if you were really curious, you could just look up the stories on my DeviantArt, but that requires extra effort. It's not as convenient as it should be. And with the size of the titles on the DeviantArt, I can't ever fit the whole, like, series name and then the individual comic name in the same thing. So, it's never Dreamscape comic whatever. It's just of Heroes and Legends page whatever. And you don't, like, have any idea where the comic goes in the story unless you, like, look at the cover that has the number on it. Because I can't fit all that in the titles of the DeviantArt posts. But I do provide links to the previous comic and the next comic every time on, like, the prologue pages and the cover pages and their descriptions. Want to have a way to keep the audience able to keep going in the adventure, not have to sort through my literal thousands of images I've put up in the gallery. Yeah, I think I have like around 2,000 something images at this point, though it feels like I should have more on there. Oh. Yeah. Some nice salty peanut butter. Huh? What was that? There was something in the corner of the screen down there. I'm up here. What's this? Okay, is this working? Computer is acting a bit funny for the moment, so I'm trying to sort through. There was some notification that popped up in the corner, but it flickered away before I could, like, grab it. This is the channel of the great and powerful Edward18. Welcome. Enjoy the crappy art and Let's Plays and other stuff I do, I guess. Had that as the description since, like, the very beginning. It's like, from April 25th, 2006. Oh my god. Yeah, only 3 years away from this channel being 20 years old. It's kind of insane to think about. Yeah, I've been here since the beginning. Yeah, I have been here since the beginning. I've been here since before my channel was made. Yeah, YouTube started in 2005, and I joined a year after that. First video I ever saw is from 2005. It was a Disturbed Prayer, a Metroid Prime 2 music video. Which, looking back, it isn't the best music video, but it is sentimental to me. That is one I will always have saved. Has crippled you completely. Let me enlighten you. This is the way I pray. Heaven just isn't hard enough. Burn me alive inside. Living this life's not hard enough. Take everything from you. Oh, well. Wish your Nan a very happy birthday, Bowyer. I hope you guys are getting something very yummy to eat. You're not missing too much here, I'm just working on the digital editing of the page from yesterday. Don't worry too much about it. I was singing along to a song from the first YouTube video I ever saw. And I do remember that idea that you had about the high school cliques and everything. I think I made suggestions about it, but that was months ago, so I can't remember what I said about it. Well, if you are so inclined, what exactly are you having? Is it a butter slabbed lobster or anything? Bubba. Oh, Italian's always nice. We have an Italian place that my family used to go to down here at Brookwood. It's Buca di Beppo. It's way too expensive now, though, so there's no way I'm getting it anymore, but I do miss those days. They'd always bring out 2 giant soup cans to set the pizza on if you ordered pizza. And if you ordered spaghetti, they'd get you like a huge plate with 2 giant meatballs on it. It felt like sort of a magical experience. It wasn't like a mystical, magical time. It was Italian food, but it was a very nice time. We'd always get calamari to start off with a lemon to squeeze over it and marinara sauce to dip it in. That was always our appetizer. So yummy. I never cared for the tentacles when I was little, so I'd only get the rings of calamari, but these days I would eat either. It's the same thing. You're not going to notice unless you're looking at it. What matters is that it is meat that has been fried in batter. That usually cancels out most misgivings people could have about the things. Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember the theater kids idea. Yeah. Boom. I woke up today and chose drawing. Blah, blah. I need to check if they have the making of Earthworm Jim and making of Earthworm Jim on YouTube still. For a while it was always a back and forth with that, because people would put it up, but then it'd get taken down or they'd delete it. And last I checked, I don't think I could find them on YouTube, but I still have them, so I may have to figure out a way to post it on Discord or something at some point. It's just that the file is so big that it's like it won't fit on Discord due to the file limit. And I have finished the last of the peanut butter and banana. Now I'm going to look for a different piece of music to play. Yeah, this'll do. Nice cave music. It was around the time of the PS3, I feel, that the music in video games started to dip quite a bit. Wasn't as catchy as it used to be, and usually tried to just be like, well, in real life there's no sound, so we'll make it either more ambient, or we'll just not have the music. And that's just annoying to me. Part of the fun of video games is the music you have playing. Resident Evil generally didn't have much in the way of music, but when it had good tracks, they were pretty great. 2 and Code Veronica have the best soundtracks to me. Those ones I can always listen to, but the others, it's like, you got the Neptune tank in Resident Evil 1. That's like the scariest sounding music in the game. That one is great. But other than that, there's like not really much of anything from that game other than the save theme. Obviously the save themes are always great in the series, but yeah, that's... music hasn't always been the best aspect of Resident Evil to me. I love the music of Sonic the Hedgehog and Mega Man. Those are 2 series that I can always expect greatness from in that regard. Yeah, my favorite tracks from Resident Evil are probably the Marshalling Yard from 2, where it has the Da da da. Ba da ba ba ba. In the background, and I just realized I have that track. I think I do. I could just play it on here. Then, of course, the code is Veronica. Might be my favorite track of the entire series. Oh, well, if it is Donkey Kong you're after, I may have you covered there. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, this is a track that they use in the NES Godzilla creepypasta. It's pretty fitting for that story to me, given the eeriness of the track. Bum, 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 bum. Huh, I made that go over his collar a bit there. I may have to edit that afterwards. Need to put something in to remind myself, though. Collar. Okay. The NES Godzilla creepypasta may be my favorite creepypasta of all time. It's got a bit of cringiness towards the later parts, but it is legitimately a pretty well done story to me. Materials, video games, Resident Evil. That's not Resident Evil, that's Parasite Eve. Orchestrated. Annette. Birkin. 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 Enough Birkin. Don't know why that's there. Outro. Storyboard. If you want to experience the Godzilla creepypasta, Daniel, I would recommend looking up, like, the video that someone narrates of it. It's a lot easier than going to the original story and looking it up. I don't know if the site it was on is still around or not. And the videos I've seen of it add in effects and stuff that make it a bit more engaging, I feel. Oh, I'm not finding that there. Marsh? 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 Ah, there it is. I think this might be one of my favorites from Resident Evil 2. Got this little techno-y echo to it here. Very eerie and ambient. It almost feels like it's from Parasite Eve 2. I used it for the trailer for my Resident Evil 2 animation. Kinda hear when the G theme pops up in it. Yeah, maybe it was the second half of the marshalling yard. That was mostly just ambient sounds there. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, that's the part of it that I like. So, yeah, that was the part of the Resident Evil 2 tracks that I like. But, enough of the ambiance. Let's go with something that is actually, like, music that's catchy. Yeah, it's not my. It's probably not my favorite ending chapter theme from the series, but it is very iconic. Yeah, Resident Evil 2, it feels... it's like arguably the best game of the series. But it feels like it's kind of working into its own thing off of the ideas left from Resident Evil 1. But now let's go to my favorite ending chapter theme. Oh yeah, my favorite music from my favorite Resident Evil. I wanna animate the, sort of a summary of Code Veronica to a remix of this music. There's this pretty awesome one I've heard where they make... whenever the track starts over, it like goes into a different style or gets quieter or more dramatic. And when it does it for the final time, it has like these alarms blaring in the background, like for when you have military-grade shutters and stuff closing, that kind of alarm that goes off. It's pretty awesome feeling. When it gets to that part, it would be Alexia releasing all the T. Veronica ants into the air to go infect the rest of the Earth. And it ends with Chris killing her. This is a version of the music the RE Center, I think, put this out. It's a remix that I used for my music video I did of Code Veronica. It was always my favorite version of the track. Code Veronica is the last main game I did a music video of. I tried making one for a while for Resident Evil 4, but there was just no music that really worked for me from it, so I kinda just drifted off from it. I haven't really been talking about the comic page that much here. That's partly because I talked about, like, everything I could talk about for yesterday. We're getting to the end of that music. Let's find something else. Oh. There's always a peaceful one. The Distant Springs from Pikmin. I still have the first Pikmin game. I have no idea where the second one went. Kind of annoyed that haven't ever been able to, like, find it again. I think that's the more valuable one. I wonder what video games people would be interested in seeing if I played them. I would just probably end up playing whatever I want to play, but I'm never, like, really sure what people want, like the general audience. Not something I ever quite grasp. Did I make that be that far away? That's not... Ah. May have to edit this here. I say edit, but I'm already editing everything. But I mean edit as in physically move something. Oh, okay. I see what I messed up there. Let's move this over here. Yeah, because this is supposed to be like the lip of the stone that goes over the stones that are stacked up. I thought that it was like the building above that lip, so I had moved it back. So that goes there. Then let's move. That should work. Then get rid of this, because that was just messed up. And then we can get back to the blackening process. That was simpler than I thought it'd be. means. But if that's like that, I'd need to move the stand over. So, get the clone again. There we go. Simple fix. Ba 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 ba. Nice and easy. Yeah, I used to watch creepy or listen to creepypastas quite a bit back in the mid-2010s. Sometimes it would keep me from getting to sleep, but you just gotta keep having stories and stuff. A lot of them were absolute garbage, but every so often you'd find one that was legitimately scary and that you could really get into. And then you wane off of it because it all just starts sounding the same. You question why you even started watching it in the first place. But after enough time away from it, you get back to wanting it again. The cycle repeats itself. There was this hilariously awful, creepypasta RPG Maker game. It's like the person that made it is not English, but they made it English because that's the most popular language. So off the bat, the grammar is horrendous and doesn't make any sense a lot of times. And, it's kinda cute. It's got these horrible jump scares that are, like, just annoying as hell. And it always has this really loud scream that blows your ears out when they pop up. But the attempts the guy makes is, like, cute in, like, you can feel the effort he's giving, but it's just like, this is sad, but I like it because you're trying. It's kind of that B-movie feel where it's like they're trying their best and it's just not good enough. Yeah, there are some interesting creepypastas out there, Bowyer. It is just stories that people make, so you got the variety that comes with any scope of creation. I think the best of the Slender Man type stuff was Marble Hornets. I couldn't understand why anyone thought Slender Man was real, because I knew that it was specifically made up on the internet. It was something awful, which is the site that, like, Let's Plays started from originally. And what they were doing was they were trying to create a urban legend to see if they could. And they did. Obviously it caught on. But it's like, knowing that, it's like, why? I know it's because others don't know things that I've seen, but it's like, why are you all getting freaked out about this? This is literally made up. And, I know one of their inspirations for Slender Man was Cabadath from, the Chazome Mythos games. Because they look, like, almost identical. They're both tall, black, spindly figures with a completely white face. And it's like, yeah, they're just ripping off a Cabadath. It's So it was kind of just funny to me and confusing to me why people started freaking out later on. I think Marble Hornets ends with, well, it's not Slender Man in Marble Hornets. It is basically Slender Man, but, like, lore-wise, it's the Operator, is what it is in that universe. And I remember Marble Hornets ends with the one survivor guy, like the second main character, is implied to, like, be under the influence of the Operator at the end. So it's a downer ending. I was just surprised that it actually got to an end, because it just seemed to be going on and on forever. Let me check something. Epic. What is this? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I could play that. Gambere Goemon. I don't think I've ever played Freedom Planet. That's what this song comes from. But for some reason, I know when I've watched playthroughs of it, I know the game. Like, I know layouts of the levels and stuff. So I feel like I've played it, but I'm pretty certain I never have. I'm not sure why I know it that well. I know I've seen Let's Plays of it before, but I don't think I would have seen stuff enough to really know it as well as I do. Yeah, when the game came out, I made a piece of artwork for the final battle. It's not nearly as good as I could, like, draw and, like, paint now, but I did make a scene for it, for, like, this competition that was being held back then for who can do the best fan art of it. You could choose anything from the game, but I chose the final battle, because it's like the epic final confrontation. With side-scrollers, you always have to try to, when you're like illustrating for them, if you're like illustrating a certain setting, you have to imagine what the area would look like in 3D. Since it's like a side-scroller, it's just one column of what you would see in real life for the scene. Yeah, for the Sonic vs. Mecha Sonic picture I did, that, well, I can just look that up and bring that on here. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this picture. Get rid of that. Yeah, for this, obviously it's like a 2D arena, but what I did was I basically zoomed the camera in, like, from the angle, but it's like close enough to what you normally see in the game, you wouldn't see what's on the other side of the arena. So that's how I sort of cheated out on not trying to figure out what all it would look like in 3D. And it was, turned out pretty nice, I say. I remember I did this while Dad was in the nursing home recovering from the amputation that was done the other year. I remember I drove up there to see him and stuff and showed him it while he was there. Yeah, I love Sonic up until, well, I love the original games. 1 is easily the weakest game of the main, like, original Sonics. 2 and 3 plus Knuckles always are a fight for the best one to me, but it's usually 3 plus Knuckles because it's like, it's kinda hard to beat that combined game. If they're by themselves, it's Sonic 2 that's my favorite. I love Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure 2 is arguably my favorite of the series. Sonic Heroes is great, but redundant because of how many times you have to go through it to get the actual ending. Sonic Heroes feels like the game that got the classic type of aesthetic down for 3D the best. Shadow the Hedgehog is embarrassing as hell, but it is fun as hell, so it's kind of a toss-up there. And it's not a Sonic game, it's a Shadow game, so whether you count it or not is more personal preference. And then 06 killed everything. Unleashed was alright afterwards. It was easily the best, like, game since, like, Sonic Adventure 2. But in terms of Sonicness, it's there. It's not, like, offensive, but it's not doing anything amazing to me. Sonic Colors was fun as hell, but it was annoying as hell to listen to. That story was just utter garbage. Yeah, Sonic Generations is fine. It's just celebrating what came before it. Lost World is weird. I imagine that one would be, like, looked upon more favorably if it'd been a Japanese exclusive that, the fan base would talk about, but that the overseas audience would rarely get to experience, and it become a more, what is this game? It must be really good, because I see the footage, and technically it's good, because it's doing that fisheye type of Sonic Extreme thing that never got made. But then you play it, and deep down in your heart, person might come to, I really don't like this, but I'm gonna keep saying I do. And then Sonic Forces was a train wreck. It's Generations, but worse. And then, Frontiers happened, which is like the best story they've had since Adventure 2. But I kinda doubt they're going to keep going on with that type of quality. And even then, it, like, acknowledges things that are only part of the American version of the story, like, Tails' inconsistent writing, which is pretty much only in the American version, not the Japanese original stuff. Yeah, the Sonic franchise is kind of too wonky at this point. They had it going great until, like, Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog, and even then it wasn't, like, anything that was too contradictory or anything. Sonic Advance 1's great, and Advance 2's just running forward the game. And Advance 3's trying to do too much to me. I'll always play Sonic Advance 1, though. It's like Sonic 4 is what it probably should have been called, because it basically is the fourth main game, like, for the side-scroller stuff. Takes the original type of formula and, like the previous main games, adds another playable character with Amy Rose. Then Advance 2 adds Cream, and Advance 3 adds the pairing the characters up into teams. I never understood the people that wanted just Sonic as, like, the main like, the only playable character. That was always just boring to me. But I know it's mostly a reaction to how many characters there were in, like, the comics and stuff by that point. In the games, it really wasn't that many characters. You had, like, Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Shadow, Rouge, Big, Eggman. That's about it. That's not too terribly big. You had Cream after a while. Yeah. It's Sonic. Yeah, da 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 da. Is da 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 da. Ba da ba ba da ba. Uh. Boom, 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 boom. Now, a song made using clips from one of my favorite Let's Players of the Minecraft. Hopper, hopper. Yeah, I always loved watching Etho and his antics he'd get up to in the Team Canada days of the maps they would play on Minecraft. Redstone. Hopper, hopper, dropper, hopper, 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 rafflecopter. People make some pretty catchy fan songs using clips from YouTubers. Up on Melancholy Hill, there's a plastic tree. Jackass shooting. Yeah, whenever people bring up like theme music for Metal Sonic, this is the theme that I usually think of. Sonic Fighters was where he had his first really good theme to me. I know people love the Sonic CD Stardust Speedway thing, but this is Metal Sonic to me. All the harsh, almost mechanical sounds to the music and stuff. Then this piano part here is amazing. I guess that one's on repeat. Just toiling away, working and working and drawing and drawing. Bobo. Bayado. Yeah, I've been trying to remember lately various series on YouTube that I have seen in the past that I may need to gather up for what'll happen towards the end of this year. I'm gonna try to get all the episodes of All Your History Are Belong to Us. I think that was that Rooster Teeth or was that G4? Either way, it's like these documentaries that they used to do on video games and stuff. The playlist I found of them had like 174 videos on it. I don't know if that's all the All Your History Are Belong to Us, but it might be. If it is, it shouldn't be that much space with how old the episodes are. Probably not of video quality that's all that compromising when it comes to the sacrificing of gigabytes and stuff. I am become Gigabyte, destroyer of system. That was always pretty cool to me, how in Reboot they show Gigabyte actually in the flashback sequence for when Mainframe's sister city got destroyed originally. I was not expecting to see Gigabyte there. Mainframe, the cartoon company, always put a lot more thought than you'd expect to into the shows that they made. Oh, I thought it was Saturday. A lot of times I lose track of what day it is, but I was pretty sure it was Saturday today. This next time that I go down to the storage unit, I do intend to get to the ice cream place. They better have the construction and traffic done by then, because I really want a milkshake from there, and I've never had a milkshake from there in all the years that I have gone there. Just got the Claw here. Claw and Doko, while the announcer goes on about things that they are not listening to. The audience, however, is focused intently on the announcer. As you can see from this guy staring blankly at him. There's no life in those eyes, just a blank stare. No one knows if he's alive or dead. Been sitting there for days. Abayato. Yeah. Okay, let's see. How do I do this? That is top there. I'll just do it how it's shaped. Make it easy. Oh boy, oh. I keep yawning now. Okay, let's square it up a bit. Square that. There we go. Okay, that's good. Alright, that panel's done. Now we got Doko down here, giving a look of curiosity to the Claw as he monologues. Claw giving his reasons as to why he is happy that Doko's the one he's facing. Oh, I thought that you were meaning you needed to write a script for a story, Handgun. I was gonna say that does help, but for the pizza place, I would just go, hello? And they would say, hello. And I'd say, I'd like to order a pizza. And they'd say, okay, what is the address? I'd give them the address and go on to tell them what it is that I would want them to make. And then it'd be however long it takes to get here. I'd get the money ready, give them the money, they give me the pizza, I have a good time. And now I want a pizza. Thankfully, I have frozen pizzas in the freezer. There is a pizza delivery wolf boy in the comics here. He is called Cheney and is named after Lon Chaney. Well, if you get it written down, you just gotta read it, so I believe you can manage it, Handgun. Yeah, I have a issue of the comics planned. I had it planned for like years that it would be about Cheney, and he'd go out one night to get pizza delivered to Doko and his friends, and would wind up caught in this big battle between them and Emperor Illuminator. And at the end, he'd get chewed out by his boss, and for like being late and everything. And after the night he had, Cheney just quits right there. And I think whatever happened with Emperor Illuminator ends up like falling into the pizza place and blowing it up after Cheney leaves. Yeah, some might complain about the lack of boss battles in Spider-Man 2, the game, but we all know the real boss battles were the pizza delivery missions. That's about half of the Spider-Man 2 game. Just those pizza missions. Yeah, that is a popular tune that people use. Puppy Love is one of many. Certainly the one I do not care to think of a lot of times when I think of that tune. I go over it in my Earthworm Jim review, but I remember that I say, I will play any of the gimmick levels in Earthworm Jim 2 5 times over before I play a Puppy Love level. That is the biggest thing against that game to me. Otherwise, I love the game. I love the animation in it. But, you can keep the Puppy Love. I'm fine with one Puppy Love. I don't want it 4 times throughout the entire game. I will play Andy Asteroids all day long if you give me Puppy Love as the alternative. I do love making reviews of video games. Just wish I could do it quicker. Oh, I will take Lorenzo Soil. I'll take the Flying King, Blind Cave Salamander. I'll take all those before Puppy Love. You can have Puppy Love, I'll take the others. What I did like is, like, every version of Earthworm Jim 2 has a different background for Puppy Love. Like, the Super Nintendo version has its own background, the Genesis Mega Drive version has its own background, and the Saturn PlayStation 1 version has its own background. They're all different. Lorenzo's Soil, or if you count it, ISO 500 or 5000, the paperwork level, if you count it, would be my favorite gimmick ones. I don't count level 8 as a gimmick level, because it's pretty much just platforming, so it's like a normal level. But if I count that one, that would be the best of the gimmick levels. Yeah, the hamster ball one's the paperwork level. I usually go with the Sega Saturn version of Earthworm Jim 2. It's just really nice to me, the visuals and musical clarity and everything in that version. For one, I go with the Sega CD or Windows 95 for Special Edition. Easily the best version of the game. HD doesn't even try. Yeah, it's been like, I think, 2... Is it 2 years or is it 3 years since I made my Earthworm Jim video? Because I remember I put out the Bionicle review video after that one. Yeah. Then Phantom 2040's review was like 6 years ago. That's the first one that, that's the first one where I felt the quality of the review was up to what I wanted my review videos to be like. But I didn't have myself animated in it. That's about the only difference between that and the later review videos. Otherwise, it's pretty much in the same vein as the other review videos I've done. Oh, well, if you're back at the car, Bowyer, was the meal okay? You had it sounding pretty good to me. Oh, there's black. I don't need all that on the screen. Yeah, the sushi submarine always made me really hungry whenever I'd get to that part in Mystical Ninja. It's, this one of the final areas of the game. I remember getting to it back when I didn't know you could save the game. Just my one night of playing through the whole thing in one sitting and feeling like it was so magical to get there, and all the sushi running around the submarine attacking you and stuff, and giant living bowls of crab soup and stuff. It was so mouth-watering to me. The rice ball platforms and everything. Now I'm just making myself hungry. Actually, I am going to get the bag of chips because I am getting hungry. Oh, really? Oh, that was... That was a needlessly long search. And now I realize I left my glove over there. And I've got everything, and I'm back. Yeah, that was a needlessly long search, because I realized once I came back, after not being able to find the chips, they were right behind the computer. But I got them, so I can eat. Let's just put a pile of them over here. There we go. That will keep me from starving too much. Yeah, after the stream is over, I'm going to try to figure out how to record different screens on the stream. And see about that ToonTuber thing that Shadow had mentioned. It's so good to have food. Which chips barely count as, but they are something to have. Should probably change the music. Been going for a while. Down, boom, ba da 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 down. Feeling so faceless, lost under the surface. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I've become so tired, so much more aware. This all I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Afraid to lose control, 'cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every second I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. You there, I become so tired, so much more aware. All I want to do and be less like you. No, end up failing too. But I know you were just like me, with someone disappointed in you. I become so numb, I can feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. Want to do and be less like you. Feel you there. Yeah, one of my favorite comments in the comments section of that remix is, the original song is when you have depression, that remix is when you have mastered your depression. Still learning to do. I love you. Wow. This is one of the songs I would listen to sometimes when writing fanfics. This gets you in a nice, peaceful groove is all. All jazzy, calm. Oh yeah, you're in time for watching me endlessly draw Dumbo. How are you doing today? I'm just listening to this, nice jazzy remix of, Oh My Damn, which is a old song someone made out of clips of this guy that was reviewing a burger from, I think, Five Guys. Damn. Smell what I'm smelling. When you bite the fry back's back, my man. Damn. Wow. Oh, it's kind of unavoidable to have dumb in the sentence when the viewer themselves has the dumb word in the name. Damn. As long as I say it with sincerity and love, that's what matters. Oh, good to know that people are still listening to this song. Thought I was like the only one. Yeah, this is a song I would have on sometimes when I'd be working on fanfics. It's not too intrusive, no words for the jazz remix of it. Just calm, soothing jazz. You like jazz? Damn, damn, damn. Damn, wow. Bow. So, are you all Resident Evil 4'd out yet, Dumbo? It's been a month or so since that is, everyone's been doing that. And, Handgun here has done, like, literally everything in the game at this point. I love you. Fries that blend so perfectly. And damn. Fight the fry back's back, my man. Crispity crunch, damn. Yeah, we just been having a nice 2 hours and 22-minute stream so far, just watching me work on all this. Yesterday I did a stream where I was physically working on it, and you got to see the actual drawing of the picture in the real world instead of the computer editing process. You got to see me shading and drawing and writing it. And then this is the other half of it today. Yeah, that previous one from yesterday was like 5 hours long. It actually got to the end of the tablet's battery. It was like about to die when I finally finished. Oh, is anything, going? I got chips in my throat. Anything going on in your life right now, Dumbo? Any new games and anything? Oh. Well, that's quite a number of games to do. Hopefully you weren't trying to do that all in one day. It's a bit much. Sorry, there's something freezing up on the computer here. It's keeping me from drawing at the moment. Here we go. Copy. Yeah, here's a picture I put up last night in the Resident Evil channel of my Discord, if it loads. Where is it? Edit. Paste. Guess it's not wanting to paste. Well, that's just dandy. Jim Kraken dandy. We'll just bring it up here then. How's about this? Yeah, this is what I put up in the Resident Evil channel on my Discord last night. It's concept arts from the stylish beta of 4, where you can see Tony Redgrave partly mutating his arm to fight with. He's got a red eye right there, kinda like Wesker. There we go, zoom back in. Get back to work, Edward, you have things to do. Can't waste your life just looking up Resident Evil material. But I have wasted my life looking up Resident Evil material. I have, like... Let's see, where's I have all this garbage here. All of this. That's my Resident Evil folder with, like, all the materials I have collected on the series. Back down and whoa, mama. Yeah, I need to see about hunting down the JBVO episodes. Assuming that they're ready to be, like, collected up yet. That's on that layer, that's why that wasn't working. There we go. There we go. Now blacken. There we go. Okay, zoom back into 100, get back into working on this. But yeah, the plans after finishing this comic, initially, were to head on into my Nausicaa review, which I had planned to have time to do. But with how financial things are here, I may have to speed up the schedule for production on the remake of my first comic to get that out the door and published to make money more. Hoping I can do that. Well, if you want a challenge, the hardest game I know of Resident Evil is Code Veronica, Dumbo. Bow, 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 bow. I wish there was a way to get my animations done, like, quickly. Just have a machine that knows what I want made and make it how my mind portrays it for it. That being that we are not at that level of sophistication in our advancements, I have to rely on my own manual labor for that effort. That's what caused my Dragon Ball review to take like 8 to 9 months to create. Once I got the animations done, I got like the actual video made in like a month. My Bionicle video took like 4 years to do, but that was because I was working at the factory at the time, doing that between working there and working on my comics and other things I create. Oh, you actually were able to do the pizza this time. I am proud of you, Handgun. You have made a big step today. I do hope that it will turn out good. Well, there is someone I know of whose favorite Resident Evil game is 6. And, I will never care for it that much, but there is seemingly a game out there for everybody, or someone out there for every game. I think I've only had popcorn chicken like 1 time in my entire life. Generally, I don't eat fast food to begin with. I make my own food, or I go to like some restaurant if I'm out walking about town. I love going to the Thai place down here, Lemongrass. I stop in Joseph Beth's cafe area often enough for like breakfast or little things of tea and a muffin. They used elements from 4's betas for the backstory of Resident Evil 5. Since 4 was going to deal with the origins of the origins of Progenitor and Spencer and everything in his castle, that clearly just got put into 5 for its production. Although in the stylish beta of 4, the ancient society that related to Progenitor would have had their bodies reanimated by Spencer with the G variant he was working on. Let's see here. Yeah, all you Resident Evil nuts will probably know this one. It's called Live Evil in Umbrella Chronicles, but it's originally wreckage of the mad experiment from 2. They sort of make it Wesker's theme in Umbrella Chronicles, though I'm not really sure why. Does sound cool, though. I'm surprised if you've played 6 that you have never played 5. Since, like, 6 is easily the, not best one of the action trilogy. We have someone from Spam Risk calling us on the phone over there. I guess this track is, could see it as making the Claw here look kinda menacing. He's in all black and stuff, and the track is kind of ominous. I've thought a fan game idea showing like Enrico's side of the story for 0 and 1 before. And show him going through the Arclay Mountains and ending up at the marshalling yard from 2, and then going back through the mountains once he finds out about a mansion out there. Have him come across the out-of-order hospital from Outbreak in the woods. Then run into Lisa when he eventually gets to the caves where he ends up dying later. It would show that Enrico is the reason that the Tick Hunters are not there in the remake version of 1. As I would have him being, like, since he's the leader of Bravo Team, I imagine he's skilled enough that he just destroys all of them. He takes them out before Chris and Jill get to the caves. Yeah, I've played the Saturn version of 1, 0, Remake, Code Veronica, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the Umbrella Chronicles games. Haven't played the remakes of 2, 3, or 4. Because Capcom has not released Mega Man Legends 3 yet, so I cannot give them money. Oh, and the Outbreak games. I've beaten those. Which we are currently listening to a music track from. Yeah, I'd say Outbreak's theme, it feels like it's the theme music of the series in general to me. It's just so beautifully ominous. Copy, copy, copy. Copy X. Copy. What's this? Okay. That's fine. Alright. Okay. Now, I don't know if this has ever been put up on chat or anything for you, Dumbo, but if you want, here is a link to the Discord. It is one that I run, and everyone just sorta hangs out there and stuff. Not everyone posts, but not everyone is expected to. It's just sort of a little hangout spot. People seem to enjoy it. Yeah, they really nailed that sense of suspense in Outbreak's theme. If I were doing a series of Resident Evil, I would probably have at least part of the Outbreak theme as the opening theme for the episodes. It lends itself very well to that sense of biological warping and the underlying dread that comes with that kind of experimentation. The horrors that lie beneath the surface of the rearranging molecules and what might be coming from that. Training facility. You want a sense of dread, here is the streets of Raccoon City. Resident Evil 3 is what this comes from. Yeah, I wouldn't waste much money on a Game Boy version of a Resident Evil game to begin with, unless it's Gaiden. That's like the only actual complete game that was done for the Game Boy. Although that is a non-canon game. It was still made by, I think, one of the writers at the time, though, of the series. It can't happen, though, I think, because it would contradict stuff in, like, Code Veronica. It has to do with, like, the timeline details and stuff. Oh, well, that's not much money at all. Resident Evil 3 started out as Resident Evil 1.9. But it got the label 3 put on it because they wanted to have a trilogy for the PlayStation 1. And so what was 3 ended up becoming 4. Now, a lot of people think that Code Veronica was going to be a numbered game at one point, but it was always just meant to be Code Veronica. The only Resident Evil 1, the remake, has a lot of good ambient soundtrack stuff. But the only one that really sticks out to me as like an actual good track, like music-wise, would be the Neptune tank. It's really good, like just a simple dum 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 bum bum dum bum bum. But it's so good at conveying the creepiness factor. The best music in the series to me comes from 2 and Code Veronica, probably. Oh, you mean the DualShock version of the Resident Evil 1? Because they changed the song in the later release of Resident Evil 1 in the basement. In the original, it's still, like, creepy and stuff, but in the later release that's, I think... No, it's the Player's Choice version where they changed it to that just ridiculous soundtrack. And I'm not sure why they did it, but... that's what they decided to go with for that room. Let's see here. Escape. Yeah. I actually started working on a script for a review for Resident Evil 1. And since you reminded me of that track, I may have to try to figure out a way to incorporate that, because I didn't go over that version of 1. I've got a lot of what I had planned for the original version written out, but I wasn't going over the Player's Choice version when I was writing the review for it. I did bring up the Saturn version, though. That's the one that I always like the most, because it has the extra enemy types and stuff in that version. The ticks and the gold tyrant. And it has the battle mode where you can find Wesker as a zombie and stuff. Yeah, I've got a number of Resident Evil tracks saved on my computer, projects and stuff. It's always good backup material to have for if you need an ambient piece of music playing in the background. There's Opticlops. Now we got the final panel. Horizon Central. Huh. Introduction, invincibility, it's back. Murder Eyes. Revenge, Resurrection, Sardonic Smile. Ended. Secret. Where is... Here. There we go. Well, hopefully whatever music track you got, Dumbo, was suitable for the story you had. I had to go through a lot of tracks of the series when I was doing those, series summary videos the other year. I was making like a giant 7 to 8 hour video that had like cutscenes from all the games up to 5, going over the story of the series, because the landlord wanted, like, they were watching the movies, and they didn't know that the movies were not like the games, so I had put that together for them to see instead, to help them understand what the series was. And then I ended up uploading them in parts on YouTube, as that whole series that I did of videos of the story of the series. Although I think I got parts wrong about the outbreak in 2003 in the Umbrella Chronicles. Because they don't give enough information in the final version of the game, so it's a bit confusing as to just how the outbreak started to me, and you have to, like, look into the beta material and the novelization of Umbrella Chronicles to get a clearer picture of what all is going on in that incident. In the Kakakis facility in 2003 in the Umbrella Chronicles, the fall of Umbrella. Apparently, Sergei has the perfected version of the T-virus as what he uses to mutate himself. And he has, like, complete control over himself and everything. Wesker almost dies in that fight against Sergei in the novelization. Novelization was based on the beta of the script, from my understanding of the game. Oh well, I guess we got someone here that has done creepypastas before. I've thought of doing creepypastas. There was one I had planned about Sonic 3 and Knuckles that would have involved the person using a prototype cartridge that ends up allowing him to insert Knuckles into any game that he connects it to. And when he connects it to, like, Sonic 1, he plays through that as Knuckles, which you cannot in the actual cartridge. But then when he plays Sonic 2, information from that carries over into Sonic 2. And then when he puts it into Sonic 3, information from Sonic 1 and 2 carry over into that. And it's like following the events of the story, but since it, like, started at Sonic 1, it's like teleporting Knuckles back in time to the first game, story-wise, and starting from there, so it's like creating this time paradox, and that ends up causing things to happen from the programming of the cartridge that leak into the real world, it's implied. Then I had one about, like, this detective guy investigating a disappearance pertaining to some kid, and it turned out to have to do with a arcade game, Slaughterhouse, I think it was. It's like one of the most explicit games ever created, and it linked to, like, an incident that happened in the 80s with this place that was under construction. It's like a real-world place, but it never, like, finished construction because people kept dying there and stuff, and it was seen as bad luck, and it would have linked to that. I come up with all sorts of story ideas, though. Furthest I've ever gone in production is these comics, which are the ones that I intend to publish at some point in the near future. Boo, boo, boo. Yeah, I'm probably gonna make pasta after this. Pasta with onion, some smoked sausage, maybe broccoli? I'm not sure yet on that. I am gonna stop by Meijer when I go to the storage unit next, so I'll have time to restock on things when I go there. Need to get more juice, because I'm running out of that. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's has gotten so expansive at this point that it's pretty hard for me to keep up with the story for that. I think I made it up to the story of Springtrap and stuff. No, I made it up to Sister Location's story, but I didn't, haven't really seen beyond that. Sure, the creator cannot believe that Five Nights at Freddy's is what got, super popular from him. Fun fact, the tyrant that this theme is for, if you look on the textures of its model, on the back of its head you can see stitching, which is where Umbrella implanted a bomb. In case it got out of control, they just blow it up from that. And I think that's what's implied to go off when it, explodes after you knock it out of the plane. The TO-78 was initially designed with the T-002 from 1 in mind, but by the end it was reworked into a variant of the T-103 type that you first see in 2. It looks the way it does in Code Veronica because it was allowed to mature without its limiter, which is the coat that the tyrants wear to keep them suppressed. Yeah, I'm not sure what sane person would keep working at a Five Nights at Freddy's location. After the first night that I'd work there, I would leave and not come back. But, that's just me. Here we've got arguably the best final boss music for Eggman. A remix someone made using the Generations version and Sonic 3's version of the music. Or no, Sonic and Knuckles. Sonic 3 had a different theme, I think. Now it gets into the cool extended part that Generations has for this track. Oh, I guess you finally got your pizza. Wait, what was that? No, that wasn't what popped up. Go back down. Scene transition. What is this? Had a selection for a second. No. No. You had something up that was looking like it would allow me to switch between windows. Oh. Okay. Does this allow me? Hold on. Music. Message. Let me see here. It does! That lets me switch between windows. I figured it out. And it was right in front of my face. Okay, that makes... I have more possibilities on what to stream now, then. That is such a relieving feeling that this music does not go with. Let me get something different that's more soothing. That's better. Let me see here. This is like a whole new world of what I can do. Passport. Programs. Projects. Shows. Oh, this is a nice little revelation of... I'm having fun thinking about things here. Because I have wondered, ever since I started streaming, how to get, like, the stream to look at stuff that's not just this one program. And now I know how. It's just an option right there below the screen. That was... I am so happy that I caught that when that popped up. Almost so happy that I haven't been able to look at what people are saying in chat. Oh, you went for the, insane asylum ending. Yeah, the horror games I've come up with ideas for, horror stories I've come up with ideas for, usually don't end with too bad of an ending. There's probably been one or two I've come up with, though, that end pretty badly. My mind, I'm sort of just overwhelmed right now, because I just keep thinking of things that I could put on stream. Like, I could load up Caro Blaster, probably, and just start playing that, and this would, like, pick it up now. I have to keep, like, looking through your guys' usernames, because you both start with D. You both have, like, 2 words in your username. You're really going for the horror creepypasta then. Yeah, I usually, when I've come up with creepypasta ideas, it usually has to do with, like, bleeding into the real world type of aspect. My dad loved the banana splits when he was younger. Last thing I saw him in, though, was, I think, Jellystone? That has, like, all the Hanna-Barbera characters in it. I heard they're going to do a new season of Jellystone that's going to have, 90s cartoon characters, 90s, early 2000 Cartoon Network characters. Got some salt in my throat from the chips. It's so nice. I can switch between windows now. I don't have to just show this paint program the whole time. Actually, let me check here. Since I have video games. Yeah, I have all that. Sonic. 2. Colors, Dark Brotherhood. And this must be an older version of the Sonic folders. I know I have more than just that material. Although, if I check the other hard drive... Projects. Let's see here. Sonic? Nope. Mega Man, Sonic. Sonic. Sonic Remix, Adventure, Sonic, 2, 1. Where's that? Open that up. Okay, open up the file location. What's this? Oh, it's the Game Gear. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going through things here, trying to figure out things that I could end up showing on stream. It's just so exciting having the ability to show more stuff. It's just an overwhelming mentality. Project Shadow. Let's just exit out of all that and probably get back to work on the actual project here. Oh, why couldn't you dress up for the convention, Dumbo? I'm sure plenty of other people have dressed up and stuff. Yeah, we'll go back back to this track. Oh well, I'm sorry, Dumbo. It sounds like it would have been a fun time. And yeah, kids would always want to talk to their favorite fictional characters, Daniel. Unfortunately, that would require programming a rather sophisticated AI to properly engage with them as the character. Well, they were going to make a movie of the gorillas a few times, but they never got around to actually doing it. DreamWorks had one in production at one point, and Gorillas did not like how that was looking, so they stopped that. There was gonna be one after, like, Phase 1, Clint Eastwood, where it was going to be... It's Gorillas, so it was going to be a wacky film, but it'd be about going against the norms of the industry and stuff. And it would have involved a lot of zombies and everything, and Noodle would have fought them. That stuff got incorporated, I think, as part of the Ogre Rises book, where it's telling how Noodle took back Kong Studios from the zombies that infested it while they were away, before the second phase starts, the feel-good Demon Days phase. You know, the guy that made The Walking Dead, the comics, was able to make the comic by tricking the person in charge at Image at the time. They had said that zombie comics would not sell. So what he said was that, well, the zombies actually come from aliens, which we will introduce later. And that's what allowed him to make the zombie comic, The Walking Dead. There was alien connection via a lie, but it was part of what got it made. Oh, predators are very dangerous creatures. I love the music of Sonic Adventure 2. Has like the most variety of music out of the entire Sonic series. Wow now, wow now. Damn, 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 damn. Yeah, down, down. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, he definitely proved the executive of the comic company wrong. Later on, the guy called the Walking Dead creator back into the office, and he said, "Weren't there supposed to be aliens in this?" And the creator just said, "Yeah, but I just made that up so you'd let me make the comic." And the guy was like, "Oh, well, it's probably a good thing you didn't put the aliens in." And so, it worked out in the end. Oh wow, you are just crossing over all sorts of things in that idea, Dumbo. For some reason, I had the clip of Tim Curry playing in my head from, like, Red Alert. Where he was going, I'm going to the last place that capitalism has not corrupted. Space! He's always such a wonderful person to get acting for your things. Yeah, people may be more scared by the modern Pennywise, but Tim Curry Pennywise is the Pennywise that has the actual personality to him. Come back anytime. He was just having a complete field day making that role. I vaguely remember the zombie catching thing. As you can see, many people share their ideas with me, on top of how much time might pass between the initial hearings of ideas and then them being mentioned later, and all the other ideas I hear from other people. It tends to get jumbled up in my head a bit over time. Now that you're mentioning things, though, I am starting to remember that concept more. Zoom into 200, let's go and make all this black. Get rid of all the white lines. Bow, dow, 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 bow, bow, dow, bow. This has been a active last 2 days for me. This whole comic making, showing you guys the entire comic making process. It's been a bit of a ride. Bada boom, bada boom. Personally, for coolness factor, Daniel, I would go for probably burning or poison. It's hard to beat those effects, although depending on if the parasite can infect others, I might go for parasite. Yeah, I'm cobbling together how to do this stream and stuff as I go. Couple months in and I'm still learning things about it. Wow. Yeah, all we have left to do now, mostly, is fill in the white lines here. Then I'll put the comic page up in a couple of hours, probably. Because I do have other things to do. I have food to make, because I'm getting hungry, and I do want to experiment with a few other things with the stream before I, like, put the page up. This keeps restarting, so I'm going to switch the music. Wow. Yeah, I'll just have this playing. Well, you have a very broad sense of creating a universe, Dumbo. I myself had practically everything crossing over in my old mega crossover of awesome comic concept. Damn. You get yourself a double cheeseburger. Damn, damn, damn. 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 Just a nice relaxing session of working on the comic. Then after this, I got some experimenting to do. Hopefully, delve into other materials for future streams. When I was younger, I would do this fictional hotel on another planet that me and my friends would warp to through our computer screens, and cartoon characters were living there. I remember Ed, and Eddie were the janitors. It was called the Golden Hotel, and it evolved into being part of my actual, like, stuff in the world of my comics that I make now. It's not a prominent element, but it is there as part of the history of that world. The Golden Hotel. An intergalactic peacekeeping force. Yeah, if I continued the Golden Hotel how it originally was, it'd have things like Star Forces of Evil, the Loud House, all that stuff as characters in it, but that would obviously be copyrighted material that I cannot use for my comic universe, so that is not happening. Have to go with the version of the Golden Hotel that I sorta warped into what it is for the comic universe. I got my arm chopped off during the war in 2008. Get a robot arm afterwards. That's bad, my man. Damn, 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 crispity crunch, damn, damn, get yourself a double cheeseburger, damn, 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 get a grocery bag. Damn, 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 damn. As always, I hope this is not too boring or too irksome or too unpleasant of a stream for you viewers out there. I do thank you all for attending. It is a pleasure to have you. This has been your host, edward18 of E18 Studios. Please be sure to keep your arms and legs within the areas that you have chosen to put them at for this viewing. Otherwise, they will be chopped off and thrown into a blender. Yeah, that does sound quite powerful, Dumbo. I always have to keep looking at whose name it is when I address people in the chat, because it's odd to just say, yeah, that seems like that, and then it's like, is he talking to him, or her, or him? It's always have to look over at what the name is as I'm talking. And that causes a little pause as my mind is registering it. Oh, we are all about the funny here. What is funny, Dumbo? Love how this video of the music just ends with a cheeseburger with googly eyes put on it. Oh, I drew me and Noodle for my 30th birthday? Because her birthday is like, she's like 6 days younger than me. So since it was around the same time, I just drew me and her, and since her birthday's on Halloween, I had it where my head has been like half torn off and she's stuffing candy into it. Oh, I did show that? I have so many pictures, it's hard to keep track. Uh, oh, well, I hope you have a good day, Dumbo. Enjoy whatever meals you'll be having and whatever games you'll be playing. It's been nice listening to your crossover idea. I'm just going to be here with presumably Daniel or maybe Handgun or maybe no one. Just finishing up the rest of this comic page. Well, thank you for stopping by. Try to keep your fingers out of a garbage disposal. Stay away from matches. Do not drink water out of a fire hydrant. It may blow your head off. Yes, sir, it will be a brand new day. Being able to stream maybe games and stuff. I need to get that ToonTuber thing figured out though, so it's not just this blank screen and nothing else. Bow, bow, bow. Now we just get to the portion of the video where I'm just humming along to the music. Such riveting commentary I have here. It'll be nice to not have to, like, copy pictures and just put them into this folder or into this program to show them finally. I can just flip to them. Wow. Let's see here. Now let us put on some different music, as I am growing weary of that one. Do that. Nope. Nope. What was that? Go back there. Let's test it out. And huh. It doesn't have it on there. Death egg. Gimp. Handgun. Oh, handgun. Hello, how are you doing? I'm just fooling around because I finally found how to switch the windows on OBS. I can flip it to other programs now instead of just staying on GIMP here. Green message. Nah. Oh, that's just a black screen. What's that? Oh, there's the music tracks I have. This is so... opens up so many opportunities. Assuming I can get this, like... to open all the programs, that'd be nice. It's not letting me show a picture that I opened up. Here, go there. Let's see here. Okay. Go to... Hey, there's Discord! What's this? It won't let me show... Microsoft Personal Edge? Microsoft Edge? Not letting me show that. There's GIMP. Okay. Yeah, it's only got like 4 different selections. Won't let me get... What if... Hey, get rid of this. What's that do? Okay, it wouldn't let me go there anyway. Maybe it's only certain programs that it lets me do. Well, how was the pizza that you had craved so long for, Handgun? I imagine that was satisfying to finally get. And, Far From Home... Final Fortress... Final Fortress, let's go with this. This is arguably my favorite final level music from any Sonic game. Oh, well. I assume that the sub came from that shop that you showed in Discord that one time. Or that restaurant, sandwich place. This track is actually, I believe it's a remix of the volcano area from Sonic 3D Blast. If you listen to both of them, the beat is like exactly the same. Down, 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 down. Well, I suggest you send the leftovers to me, Handgun. I may be needing something to eat after all this. No, and you missed Dumbo's exit. You left a couple of minutes before you got on. Yeah, if you ever wanna get into the Sonic comics, there's this guy that does some reviews of the Archie ones. I think he's called Coombs and Gooms? Coombs and Goomba or something. He's been doing it for about a year or so now. Pretty nice to listen to. He like reviews every issue. Getting up into the Ken Pender's Knuckles territory now. I didn't read the Knuckles comics all that much, but I did have an issue of one of them where he was like green and stuff. It was the green Knuckles phase. Very bizarre stuff going on in those days. Yeah. I thought Disco was coming back, and Knuckles decided it was cool to be green. Very odd times. The souls of Doko's boot pieces here are like red on the inside. It's where the energy comes out of when he's shooting it out of his feet to like propel himself. He can do it without the boot pieces with just his normal feet, but the outfit is specifically designed for that. His outfit that acts like a second skin to him. Yeah. Live and learn. Music. Nobody means so much. Time that I can read your mind and all the things you also do. This is always such a lovely tune to me. Well, we're finally back to the first panel. Getting done with filling in the blacks. Which I guess normally would mean that this session is coming to an end soon. But we'll see how it goes. It has been, 4 hours. Not as long as yesterday, at least, but... yesterday, I don't think that was the longest I've streamed, but that was a long time. A long time standing. Don't know what makes me think it's a good idea to stream all the stuff I do, but I do it. Let's go over. See if all the blacks are in. No, we didn't get the camera down here. Always have the camera around the edge of the arena in the background. Sometimes I have to, like, force myself to remember that it's supposed to be there. That everything? Nope. Got the hat in the audience up here. Too bad that I can read your mind. All the things you all said. And though it's not a real shame, and I know they mean so much. Okay. That should be all the blacks. Alright. Let's raise the opacity. Okay. Looking good. In retrospect, I would have put the end of that claw up further to match with the height of that one. You win some, you lose some. Alright, left a little note there. Down here, well, first I'm gonna make sure that all of the edges are really lined up with the black and the panel lines. I have such good commentary. Everyone loves this. That's why I have 5 million viewers. And silence. And seal. Well, it's looking like everything's turned out alright so far. Got Doko looking all curious at him down here. The hero of the comic. I'm going to fix up some things off-screen once this is over. This is just making sure everything's all filled in is all. It's one of the longer processes of the comic making. Not as long as the initial drawing part, but it's still lengthy. Yeah, that's looking alright. Maybe get this over here. Yeah, but handgun. If you, oh, I didn't get that goggle piece. If you're wanting to look into Dragon Ball at all, the, my review of it does cover things from a perspective that not a lot of fans have, I don't think. Because I'm not someone that really cares much for later things in the series at times, so seeing it from that perspective may give you a bit of better insight into the series if you want that. I know more about Dragon Ball than a number of American fans. Yeah, I would greatly appreciate if you could send that sandwich soon, Handgun. Feels like it would be a nice little thing to munch on. The manga is quite lengthy. I think it's about 26 to 32 volumes depending on the version you pick up. Every volume is like hundreds of pages. I do go over the different versions of the manga in the review. It's in the later part of it. Yeah, I go over the different versions of the manga and the different versions of the anime in that review. And I mention GT and Super, but I don't really get into them, because the review is about, like, the original material, not stuff that was made, like, after, really. I keep seeing the Discord, like, different people get on and off there, and it keeps making me think that the chat is saying things in the stream. Alright, I think I got the blacks lined up. Need to fill in this spot down here. There we go. And now, let's head down here, and this is supposed to fade into the black. So let us get the smudging tool, and then smudge it to black. Yeah, I think that'll do. Alright. Let's head over here. And let's dot in some stars for the night sky. Although the sun is going to be coming up during the match, because it's transitioning from night to day as this match goes on. Or night to morning. Some stars over here. Stars here. Stars. There we go. Let's see if we can get the black a bit better on that. More straight. More squared up. Alright. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think we're done. Let me just check over things. I know I need to make an adjustment up here. Left a little note for myself. This isn't even something people are even have a chance of noticing down here, but I'll fix it anyway. Let me... No. Here. You just need to get his collar there to blend better. And it had part of the shirt underneath coming through it. Then maybe fix the eye a bit. Yeah, that's better. Get the chin. That's better. And I can't spend all day doing adjustments, because I'll just end up doing it forever for hours when it doesn't need to be done. Get that little speck. Now that I'm down here, I'm looking at this. I need to make it look better, even though I probably don't. The perfectionist. Yeah. Zooming in has the consequence of seeing all the little tiny details that you want to correct that are not really visible once you're away from them. Now I think all that's really left to do is to put this into the other comic page template I put up and line up the edges of the page with how the height of previous pages to keep it consistent. Edward, stop zooming in. You cannot adjust every little molecule. You can, but you don't want to. And imperfections also leave a mark of natural production. Get his tongue, now that I see it. Now that I see the eyes. Okay. Get these rims of the eyes. You see, handgun? Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone's always questioning themselves. Did I do this right? No. But I'm only human. Let's add some other pixels here to make it look not as repetitious in the cloning. Alright. I think I'm going to call it there. Actually, head back down here. Let's even out this jankiness of this down here. Yeah, it's looking pretty okay to me. I'm just getting the last little bits of scribbles and scrabbles out of the way here. You have seen 2 days worth of the production process of this. I guess you're getting more insight than you normally would for how a comic is made by somebody. For me, it's just been 2 days of filming, pretty much. Well, I hope those secrets serve you well. It's, I don't know how great of secrets they are, but they've allowed me to cobble my way to this point. Well, let's get his mouth black down here. There we go. Maybe get all of this hat black. More of the eye there. Hat. A hat. And let's even this out a bit. Maybe we'll move the claw, the King's Shadow Claw, up. Yeah, after I'm done recording, the sessions pretty much turn into me going, well, it's done. Oh wait, no, there's this I can do. And that ends up stretching on for like an hour or half an hour usually. Before I know it, the sun has gone down. I decide to finally put the piece up. Well, we can get it a bit taller. I'll leave it like that. If I look at it, I'll be tempted to keep working on that. It doesn't need worked on. It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. Alrighty. I think I will leave this here. Once my eyes stop getting annoyed at the border of that word bubble. I'm not sure why they don't like it, but I'm going to stop working on it. No, I'm not. I'm going to work on his little speck of a corner there, and then I'm going to stop. But do I want to? Because I can see I'm going to stop. I'm not going to keep fiddling with that, but now I see that Opticlops up here can have work done on the lower eyelid. That's better, but is it good enough? That's even better. It's good enough because I am looking away, and now that I'm looking back, I want to move this. Hey, move this one word. That's it. Just this one word. Right? Right. Just one word. But since that word has been moved over, this word should be moved over, shouldn't it? Yes, it should. That's consistency. That is more appealing for the eye of the reader. I say as I attempt to convince myself that I am justified in continuing to fiddle around with a single page in a book that has probably 70 to 80 pages in it. Yeah, you gotta draw the line somewhere. Apparently it hasn't been drawn yet. I'm drawing the line. I'm putting my foot down. This cannot continue. Not forever. We are on stream, and I am wasting so much time for the viewer. Everyone else has left and gone home, and I'm the only one left at the bar. And the bartender is rethinking their life choices, feeling they should have kept on their path to becoming an astrophysicist. Okay. Yes, it's fine. It is fine. Because we have gotten to 4 hours and 35 minutes. We don't need to keep doing this. No, we don't. We do not. We are going to save that. And save it here. Yeah. That looks behind me. Ugh. Now let me see about something here. A little extra something. Ba-dum boom. Ba-dum boom boom. Hey, you be quiet. Trying to turn something on here. Synchronizing. But not responding, it says. Hello? Hello? Are you doing anything? Are you just frozen? I'd appreciate it if you weren't. Oh, let's... Where... Where did those window choices go? They were right here. Properties, open source. Huh. Well, I had... I go here. Scene selection. Tools. Output. Help. Docs. View. Full screen interface. Stats. Multi-view. What's that? A sus. Multi-view windowed. I'm looking for the thing that let me see different windows other than just GIMP here. Don't want that. Scene source toolbar. View source toolbar. Filters and properties. Controls. I deeply apologize for this handgun, assuming you're still here. I'm just fiddling around with stuff here. This might be the end of the stream, but I was trying to see if I could flip to other windows on here. It had the option to, but it seems to have disappeared. Vertical. Let me see here. This was plain. Enable preview, lock preview, preview scaling, canvas, full screen, Windows screenshot. Add display capture, application, audio, browser, game capture, image, group, window capture. What is that? Whoa. Well, what is this? Aha! I got you to pop up now. But I don't want two windows on this. Why is that happening? Properties. Yeah. Window capture. Okay. Now that's nice, but I didn't want properties. Match title, otherwise find same type. Match title. Okay. What if I do... Oh, well, that got rid of... Huh. Okay, music? Shut up. Okay, how do I do this? Discord, photos, Discord. Okay. Let's make this as big as possible. And let's see if this will work. We might be able to actually do something here. Hey, I can play a video game. The one game I have on here. Oh, right. I have to clean up all these things. This is Carol Blaster. I just wanted to have, like, a way to just check and see if I could do this. Wait, I don't really need that, do I? Yeah, I do. To have that in front of the screen. Let's move this out of the way. And sure, let's give this a shot. Yeah, this is a video game that was made by Pixel, the guy that created Cave Story. It's one of my favorites that they've done. I was just trying to find something to do, like some type of option in the OBS streaming software to make it so that I could actually capture footage of things that are not just the GIMP paint program. This is the New Game Plus mode, which is significantly harder than the original game. I've obviously beaten the original to get to this point. It's got a completely different story from the normal game and stuff, but not sure how much that really matters for a game like this. Got the coin. Yeah, you get money and you can upgrade your weapons and stuff. I believe this game of the game is about stopping paperwork that is piling up at your job. It's been months since I actually played the game, though. Alright, this level has, like, birds in it that'll spawn out of the sky that you need to avoid. Oh, I knew I was gonna get hit there. Yeah, hopefully the music and sound are loud enough. I can hear them fine. Oh, phew. I thought the heart was too high up for me to get, like it was gonna land on the leaf up there. Oh, no, knew that was coming. Yeah, my main weapon here, the first one, is extremely powerful compared to the second one, because it's been upgraded and stuff. Yeah, I guess here's where you could just sit and farm for coins and stuff, if you bothered to. That would not be exciting footage to really go with, but I doubt we're really in the caring about how engaged the viewer is at this point. 4 hours of nothing but editing a comic page is not exactly the most immersive type of material for the audience. If you're gonna die, at least give me something useful. Especially when you take my health away. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this mode is a lot harder than the normal mode of the game. I think we're coming up on one of the stores, hopefully. Come on, there you go. Of course. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's not real game overs here. You get, like, warped back to your job if you fail. Should we give up and head to the hot spring? That means you quit, but it sounds nice. Yeah, sure. We did everything we could. There's the boss. She always talks and, like, scribbles and stuff, because she's got, like, an alarming voice and stuff. They had that coming. They had that coming. And you just get shoved back into work, not completing your job. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. Well, I just thought that I'd give the, game, see if I could actually get it working on the stream. Since I have, this feels like it's opening up other possibilities for things I could do on stream, and, yeah, we'll see what the future holds with all this. But for now, I think this is gonna be it for the stream itself. Thank you for tuning in, Handgun, and though you're probably not still here, Bowyer and Dumbo for stopping by. I hope it hasn't been too boring of a session. It's just been kind of a relaxing day of doing stuff here. Working on the comic and all that. But, we'll see y'all later. And, you enjoy the night, and whatever leftovers you might have. Bye-bye for now.